Yo, what's up, guys? Yeah. Good evening. Is it evening? Good afternoon. It's right between afternoon and evening. Welcome to the stream. Today, okay, well, this is going to be kind of awkward, but I'm still trying to confirm that we have the Baldur's Gate group. I do not know if it's actually going to happen tonight, but let's just say we have 3 out of 4 confirmed. So hopefully it will. But yes, hopefully we'll be playing Baldur's Gate 3 tonight with a great group. Until then, I wanted to play a little bit more TFT because I kind of like the new patch. Or I wanted to play it a little bit more to see if I like the new patch. Yeah, I mean, we got the rug on the ground. We're good. We're good to go, guys. The rug is sick? Yeah, I don't know. I can't believe everyone knows the guy who made the rug. Like, if you were to ask me to name 100 rug makers with a gun to my head, I would name 0 because I don't know any rug makers. But everyone's like, bro, that's, and then they're just instantly just like, that's Keith Haring. You don't know Keith Haring? What do the ladies say about your rug when they bring them over? Bro, they don't say anything. They just know it's business time. What is this streaming schedule? I've woken up at 2 p.m. for the last week and a half. That's what this stream schedule is. The next ePower.gg stream, that's not happening, guys. I'm done. That's a part of my life I no longer want back. You know how there's periods of time where you kind of do different things? That was a time of my life that was dark. We're not going back to that one. How do you guys feel about music today? I don't even know how I started with this, but my whatchamacallit, the playlist I was on got to this point. I'm like, oh, all right. I'm kind of down. The union chipped in. What is this union you guys talk about? You guys are not unionized. You guys are not a thing. Don't try to make it a thing. It's not a thing. Unionized a week ago? Yeah. No, you didn't. Bro. You guys are talking like your viewers in my chat have rights. You don't have rights, okay? It's all pretend. The points are like fake cash, okay? It's all fake. What is this? Hall of the Nine? I've never played this before. If you use Spotify, they add a new thing where they suddenly add new suggestions to your playlist. Oh, I mean, my playlists are really small. I feel like I'm the type of guy to have like one playlist, sometimes with like I would have a playlist with 300 songs. I would just randomize it and play it every day. That's the type of person I am. Kind of a weird one. Do you think there's any good SF Pro players unsigned? Right here, baby. Right here. The best Manon in silver. I'll be 100% honest with you guys. I have no fucking idea if I actually ended up hitting whatchamacallit.
Let's start the show.
I don't think I like this. I kind of want to sell one of these ashes because there's a chance that I get another ash. And if I get 3 ashes, I don't want that unit.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
I could have made ash too. I don't think it was good. What if I just do this? The location is, I've never seen it either, so we're gonna learn together. You get the same, everyone gets the same loot at the start of every round. I don't know what that means, but we're about to find out. Loot can mean a lot of things, you know. Oh shit, I actually got Yi in time. Oh fuck. It feels very weak. What the fuck is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gold. Oh, I'm kind of down. Oh my god. Oh, 30 gold opener? Fuck yeah. Or 30 gold? The Hall of the 9 gave everyone like 15 gold. Like a crazy amount of gold. I guess I'm just 30 gold opener now, which is sick. Keep it rocking. $40 gold 2-2. God, I'm so rich. This guy has Warwick too already? Wow. The weird thing about Zonheart is you can't really, how do I say this? Zonheart is in this weird position where you can't you can't make the best use of that one item, the blow up Zon augments, because you can't put it on a unit like Jarvan that goes in. Oh shit, I need to keep this Jinx. Do I just lose 2 gold for 1 gold for this? I'm 50 gold already. I don't think it matters if I lose gold for it. I am down to just build a board here, I think. Yeah, I'm down to build a board.
This land was made for me, and me alone.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Put Echo a Rogue? Nah, Rogue is so shit. All the Rogues are so bad. I think with these 4 units in, there's no way I don't kill a unit, which is pretty good. Especially he's trading 1 gold for 2 life here, which usually kind of sucks, but it's not terrible. Maybe I can kill more than that. Oh, that was pretty close. Bow. Bow's on the 1 cost. I was thinking about taking this Echo too, but I think this item is really low priority on this comp. You can only really build Val Bramble Titans, but generally speaking, like they're not priority items when you're playing.
If I don't kill you, so.
I don't think I'm actually making any item right here. I'm gonna hit this guy here. Dude, they bugged out, man. Oh, I do not want to do anything. I think I win this. This is not good. JK. He had Radiant Stone Plate. Fortunately, shout out as Kaisa. Huh. I feel like that's weird. And the main reason I feel like that's weird is because when stats were still a thing, Shadow Isles was of the 3 units you get Shadow Isle between Yasuo, Kaisa, and Shen. Shen was by far the best Shadow Isle unit. Which makes sense. The problem with Kaisa is half of what makes Shadow Isles good is the health. And Kaisa is a really mobile unit where she doesn't really need the health. This is a Darius too. Getting my ass beat. So I feel like it's like best on Shen, then on Yasuo, and then on Kaisa in that order.
The void has breached this place.
By the way, 100%, I save for level up here. XX Brio, welcome out for 3 months. Thanks for subbing. So I do not level up here because I'm 5 loss anyways. And if I get level up, then I can just win the game. Why am I lagging now? Oh, thank God I saved my items. What is this? You can get no item. Okay, man. That's cute. That's cool. That's cute. Okay, man. I'm removing Noxus here. I mean, it looks like I'm just slamming this. I win this? No way. Wow, this guy's board is really bad. Oh, I did not win this. This cast in 2 is pretty good. Oh, that's so awesome. And then if I level up here, I win the game. One time, baby. Oh, okay. You know what? That's okay. This is bad. This is bad. Wow, this is so bad, man. I got the boss, healing orbs, and martyr. Is healing orbs better than martyr? I think I like healing orbs more.
There will be peace in the Pre-Baldur. I will forge it.
Ionia. Place was so damn quiet
I don't think I like Noxus here. I think I want to remove Noxus for health. I mean, these are my items, right? They're kind of lit. I like them. I don't like how this guy has Zon, and now I'm getting contested. But you know, it is what it is. This guy got Zon on 4-2 man.
If I don't kill you, Zon will.
This one's slightly better.
Knock knock. Vengeance calling.
This unit is broken, like for sure. I cannot believe, dude. Samira 2 can hard carry you so hard. 40 at 50 next round. Everyone plays Zon now. Yeah, but there's a difference between playing Zon and hitting fucking Zon crest. Like this guy hit it. This guy played Gunners now, and all of a sudden I'm like 4-way contested, which is not great. 11 is really bad. I thought I could get to 8 really quick here, but I don't know if I can. I think I have to take a sedge here, actually. This is kind of bad, but I can build in the Hodge. It's okay. The unit is worth a lot right now. I mean, like a shitload at the moment. So if I take this sedge, I sell this, put Ash here, I level to 7. It's all good.
Dawn is the future.
It's Exo and this. Damn, okay. That's fine. That just means that the last thing is Robo Arm or Virulent. Okay, so I have to play 6 this game. I am stupidly worried about this position, but it should be okay, I guess. This guy is playing no bow. Interesting. Did I forget to put something in? I forgot to put Ash in. I was wondering, I was like, where the fuck is my anti-heal? But now I know. This is probably better for now. Oh, you know, I 100% am gonna wait to see if I can play. Oh, this is kind of spooky. I'm 19 HP. Damn, I need to wait one more round. Oh, it's so spooky. I'm probably gonna die here. It's like super spooky, actually. Oh no. I need to roll at 7 this game, for sure, but Now it's like well, might as well go 8. I'm gonna be 1 life this game, but I will be free. Highly do not recommend this play. This is almost a guaranteed 8 here. So 1 Reforger. What the fuck? Alright, we're waiting around for level up. If I level up, I can level to 9. But if I don't, then we FF real fast. Oh yeah, we're guaranteeing top 8 this game. This guy has Urgot 2. Senna. Zero gold. Well, at least I killed 2 units. 6 is a very bad HP. Okay. Level up 1 time. Or, I guess, +1 Zon would be very good as well. Oh, everyone's going Zeri. I want to do this.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
They should have left home years ago. The void has breached this place. I won't be denied.
Demacia, now and forever.
I am Storm's reckoning.
I can't really switch out of Aphelios 2, right? It's like too good for now. Healing orb, yes. I think I'm fucked. I'm like giga fucked here. Like, I'm just curious. What is this? It's fire. Like, I almost think Zeri 1 does more damage than Aphelios 2. But that is just not true. And I know that's not true.
Because I've got a world to save.
I do 3 over... Really? It's probably true? Oh, it is not true. For Deadeye? I'm not playing for Deadeye.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
I wonder if Warmogs is better here. Probably not. I don't have Bruiser in. I need Bruiser over fucking Nasus. Seen it's garbage. I need to switch from Adapted over, and I guess I'll keep the Exoskeleton here for a bit.
The void has breached this place.
I'm so dead. Like, I keep looking and I'm like, damn, I'm dead to this guy. Damn, I'm dead to this guy. Like, damn, I'm dead to this guy. Oh, I fucking hit the first place player. With Darius 3 at 4-5. Bro, can I get... I'm fucked. I really dislike Zon right now. I think every time I try to play Zeri Roulette, it's not good. You have to roll at 7 to, and stabilize, and it's like I'm not a fan. All right, this is a fast 180 and go next. But yeah, this is definitely a meta where you, or like, generally speaking, you want to roll at 6, 7, and 8 if you're not strong enough. But I always want to skip 6. But I think it's better to roll 6 and 8 than it is to roll 7 and 8 sometimes, because depending on what's powerful, this is probably meta. You have to roll 7, right? Because the 4 costs are so strong. Wait, guys, it's time. It's time, guys. Guys, it is time. I know a lot of you are thinking it's not time, but it's time. You guys have been waiting for this for 2 days.
The Iceborne.
Fuck! I should play Zeri. No, it's fine. It's fine. Fuck.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Wait, you guys know that with Champion Duplicator, you cannot hit 10 gold. I'm pretty sure. Unless it's a duplicator plus 1 item opener. Or 2 item opener. No, I think 2 items you can hit 10 gold. I need that's a good item. Goodbye. If it's a 2 item opener, I could maybe hit 10. I don't know. I don't know all the oh shit. That's not good. I don't want to play against a Samira on this board. Damn. I think when you play against Samira as Garen, you just auto lose. Like, there's no world where you can win that matchup. You have to play like, I guess, Jarvan, Stunner, and pray to God you kill the front line fast enough. It's a 3 item. Oh my god, but look at the items though. Look at the fucking items. Oh my god. Give me prismatic? Oh. Okay, no problem. No fucking problem. Okay, my problem is, so of the last 6 games or 7 games, I've only played against 1 or 2 Samira players. Oh, Scarra's back? Wait. Dude, I hate that Samira comp is fucking good right now. I think that Samira comp is illegally good against single target carries. Against frontline? Oh, congrats on Challenger. Hearts is the Challenger in? I could have bought 2 units here. It's fine.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
Okay. It's sold. We're done. Maybe it's show bottom reroll, but it's destroyed by Samira. Yeah, everything gets destroyed by Samira. That's front line. That is not good. I mean, we're pumping. We're fucking pumping. This is Aatrox 2. I killed 1 unit, right? Oh, yeah, I did. Oh, I'm a fucking beast. I killed 2 units? Oh, yes. No way anyone takes this. Hello? My game just froze. What was that? Wait, what did you guys just see there? Wait, my game literally froze. What did you guys see on stream there? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, I almost lost my pick. What? I mean, this is a 4 unit loss. Man, these guys playing Samira as well. Dude, there's 2 Samira players in this lobby. Am I not gonna get rolled playing Garen? I'm so worried. The game froze. Cam and mouse was okay. Yeah, that was fucking weird. I was spooked.
It's brawling time!
Wait, it's another reroll comp. Oh my god, this lobby's entirely rerolling. Except for the first place player.
Knock knock. Vengeance calling.
I miss the darkness of the void.
I think I could have won this without sacking here, but it's fine. That's not great. That's the 2 worst items I could have gotten. Cool. I guess I can make Hodge, no problem. I really don't like my board. But like, what the fuck can I do about it, you know? Like, I guess I don't put in Void, but then like, I just fucking die?
The void has breached this place.
I mean, I guess I could pivot Kaisa here. No, I can't. I mean, I could. I have Shojin. It just sucks because, like, these are not the things I want. So I'm going to be catering towards something that's completely shit. This is bad. 3 radiant items. Nah, it's fucking this. The fact that it was prismatic second again and I got fucked again, it should say a lot about this game. I cannot believe how many times I've been fucked on this prismatic second.
Noxus will rise.
This is fucking useless.
I have
right?
but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
or be consumed by it.
I don't even really want to win this round, but I kind of have to. So, like it's. When is Hearthome? 4-5. Okay. Damn, this is such a bad win because I don't really want to go 7 here and all in, but I kind of have to. So, I don't know. You're supposed to take Hodge here. And just play double Hodge or some like triple Hodge Garen or some shit like that, and then sell the Garen later, or it's triple Hodge Darius and sell the Darius later for Nasus. But I'll just greed for Zeke's because I think that's my top end with 3 Zeke's is how I can win with Aatrox too. Without it, it gets kind of spicy, I guess.
Victory awaits. Ionia.
Place was so damn quiet before I came along.
I mean, this is unfortunately a roll at 7 game, and I just play whatever legendary I find, the 1%. Like, I'm supposed to level here and go...
Show them the strength of Demacia.
This actually kind of worked out. No, I got frozen right before. That is not good. It's fine. We sell board at 4-2 and we remake everything. No problem. This is a great item or a great unit. I mean, do I just play Gwen? Gwen with snips? I mean, I think I'm down just to get out now. This fucking feels whatever. Very useless.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Kind of an open sell here before the PB round, which is really weird, but it's fine. Okay.
So weak.
Victory awaits.
I kind of don't want to play Gwen, but like, what else do I fucking play? Hearthome the BT. The thing about this is like it's much better to flip these. I'd rather have prismatic pumping so I don't have to worry about combat augments. But now I'm like kind of behind on augments, combat augments. Feels kind of awkward. Of course, I get complete trash here. I think I really need a 4th.
Damn quiet before I came.
I must hurry if I am to win.
Show them the strength of Demacia.
Where the fuck is Warwick? Or there we go.
Is not this time.
Well, my items are ass. Oh, what's up, Ray? Thanks for the raid. You joined a game where like I'm probably going 8th, honestly. Like these are such weird items, but we'll see. We'll see. I'll try to see what I can do. But welcome to the stream, guys. I just started streaming. We're just playing some TFT today till 8. Well, I'm almost Garen 3 actually. No, I think.
Victory awaits. Show them the strength of democracy.
I will restore Freljord's
Oh.
greatness.
Maybe it's saved, actually. Maybe it's okay, actually. I'm a little confused how I got here.
Demacia is my home. But
Oh, I need to get to my Demacia. It's definitely this on the... Yeah, I just need to fit Demacia in. Fuck the other thing.
Shurima is not of this time.
I need one more Tomasi unit, but that's okay. I definitely think this is where you slam, and this goes on whatever legendary you put in at 8. And then that you go for Zeke's here. Okay, I kind of like it. It's okay. It sucks because I really need a third item. I forgot about Demacia in this game. I don't know how. I think I just saw the Sedge and tunneled on Freljord because I've been playing so much Zeri. If I get Aatrox here, I'm down to just roll it to 0 every round. Shit. Yeah, it's worth it. Like I really need at least like one Zeke's, I think, but it's fine. We triple sell these 3. Aatrox gets the fucking Hodge, and then we go to town, I guess. For Lux, I might switch out Sona here, but generally speaking, I feel like it's not a great. The actually biggest problem here is
Demacia must lead by example.
I didn't even know I can get 2. What the fuck? I was gonna say finding the Warwick is really annoying.
If I don't get her, so
I didn't. Oh yeah, wait. It could do this, and this is so broken because the shields work off each other like the old bug. If you're curious how much healing this is, by the way, this is 80%, 95% healing.
I bring death.
I am not. I need to go 8, but it is weird. This guy has 6 Deadeye with Radiant DB. Oh my fucking god! I'm gonna get. Does he also have Suppressing Fire? He does. Oh my! I'm gonna hit like a. I might die here. Like this guy's front line is complete garbage, but like. Oh, never mind. He has the broken double BT shield, so nope. Nope. It's still a bug, yeah, but you can't get it unless you get double radiant BT, which isn't a thing, and technically, they never. It's not a thing unless you, unless you have Demacia, because for some reason you can roll 2 of the same item.
Witness true strength.
This is so bad.
It's brawling time! You lose. Continue.
You lose. Guy with Ravenous Rageblade over. I'm pretty sure whenever you play this comp, you always want to hearth home the QSS. Because it is like broken. And the Rageblade, it helps you. Like, the Rageblade will get there regardless. It's not a big deal. I don't like 2 vows here, but it is what it is kind of deal. Yeah, like the extra duration is what like hardcore carries that comp. I'm dead. This guy has fucking radiant blue buff on my Garen. His armor is minus 200, 326. What the fuck? Like, my armor just doesn't... It's so far into the negative. I've never seen that before. Radiant Blue isn't much better without kills. That's true. Well, it's because these items suck. If this was GS, plus not Guard Breaker, I don't know, if it was just double GS, he'd be owning. The Radiant Blue over normal blue, it's if you kill someone, you get twice the mana back. Which is fine, but against my comp, he was stuck against Garen for the whole fight, you know? Okay. Holy shit. Okay. I'm down. Aatrox does so much damage. Oh, well, Aatrox is the best unit in the comp. Yeah, you don't even know. If I had Zeke's to show you how good Aatrox was, you'd be fucking impressed. If these were 2 Zekes and I put Aatrox here, he would outdamage my Garen every round. That's just how the unit works. I don't even know if I won Lux 2.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ione.
I mean, it's more like, what else am I gonna do? Sure. Haven't hit a Jarvan yet, so I guess I have to play Lux this game. QSS is awesome. It's like one of the best ones. Radiant Blue. Also very mediocre on Ari. Unless she kills with it. Ari1 cannot kill Garen. It's just not possible. Even Ari2 has trouble. Yeah, now that I have Last Whisper Senna, this is the BIS top end. You either play Heimer or Senna, and Senna is better. Because Senna gives you attack speed.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Best rating I have for Garen? It's BT. Like, it's this. Like, I would like to do this every round. This is OP. I have 32% attack speed, which is great. It's 2 Zeke's worth. And then I have harm assist. I have, you know, I'm good. Usually when playing this comp, I want to have 2 combat augments at least. Unless it's prismatic pumping up, that's worth 2 by itself. So that I don't really need any other ones. I'm kind of spooked because this guy has 7 Kai'Sas, right? First place. It means I have to roll, right? I think I want this.
Now and forever.
Is Lux doing damage? Oh, he doesn't have 7. He just has Tricksters. My bad. So I'll never lose against that match. This is the spooky one. That is the super spooky matchup. Garen, spin increase. Yep. That's what makes him fun. Looking for Zeke's or either for Aatrox. Do I need anti-heal? Let me look. Let me look. I feel like I don't. I hate Aatrox. It's worse than QSS. Like him not being able to get CC'd keeps him alive. This guy has... Oh, this guy is so jacked, man. I'm like super scared of this guy. Like if I... The thing is, am I ever making it to 9? It's 2 lot. No, I'm never making it to lot 9. It's 2 rounds.
Shurima is not this time.
Demacia, now and forever.
I don't think I play Heimer here. I don't like how he... Senna can... No backline just ever lives here. I got Fist of Fairness. I mean, this round is over next round, so I just should roll. I think Lux is completely useless in this. I need Jarvan too just for CC. Yep.
Now and forever.
I should have left home years ago.
Oh, okay. I have the ability to actually have top end here if I hit Senna 2. Is it fair? Oh yeah, it is very not fair. Like this item is like, this item is so good. It's 30% omni-ban, 50 AD. 50 AD is so much AD. Like 80 AP. Oh my god. The only bad thing about Garen is he really doesn't scale that much off AP. Senna? Oh shit. I'm capped. I'm as capped as I can go, man. But I'm not capping higher. This guy is not capped. I'm gonna fucking shit on this guy.
Keep your distance.
This guy is so uncapped. I'm for sure shitty on this guy. I want to move my.
Is not this time.
It's fine. Use some flip so his thing just can't hit you. The blue is really good here, actually. Ideally, I want the 2 vows on Jarvan, and I want to flip the TG onto Nasus. But I mean, this game's over in 1 round, so it doesn't really fucking matter, you know. Like this comp does 0 fucking damage, man. You're kidding me, man. I said I was gonna go 8th this game, but it was all a joke. I fucking 0 Zeke's first place. No Aatrox 2. Do you have like an invite code to Blue Sky? I already have 2 of them. Alright, my bad. Garen owns. Imagine my Radiant Blue Samira carried you once upon a time. Oh, I think if you positioned it to the... not in the middle, you would have won. It's just... you kill all the shitty units and then kill my Garen. Never take a Radiant Blue. Yeah, I think if you had GS, you would have owned my ass. Go play some ads. That comp should, in theory, shit on me. But maybe, like, the thing is, maybe I'm just too... I shouldn't be too scared of it. Because, like, if... I think what happens is Samir players get farmed by other players. Because their top end isn't that good without level 9. So, like, you, like, top 3 or top 4, but you're not, like, a first place comp. Unless you, like, Giga high roll. Like, Garen dead? Yeah. But it's just... there just wasn't the damage wasn't there. Oh, we're running it back? Okay, also it is 100% confirmed that at 8 p.m. I will be playing Baldur's Gate 3 with the group of people. So it's confirmed. I'll see you guys there. Send a little last one stream Harold. True. But I feel at that point I would have top 4 regardless. Because I was 8 rolling and I would have hit a legendary. Even if it wasn't Senna, I could have hit like Heimer. And I did hit Heimer, right? Yeah, the high end is definitely Senna Last Whisper. Without that, I probably would have died against the Smear player. What class, bro? I don't know anything about the game. I uninstalled Apex for this shit, man. I think if you're gonna do, I actually want to play Kench. I feel like Kench is so good with the opener that I'm doing right now, which is playing one Renekton and getting tangled every game. Because I think Kench sucks unless you do this. I kind of want to try Kench a couple games. It means I can't play Garen though, which kind of sucks, but I mean, there are worse things in life than not being able to play Garen.
From every depth.
Paladin strong, heal yourself. Okay, I will choose my own class. Don't fucking worry about it, dude. I don't know anything about the game. I just know that you could see cock in that game, and that's it. And that the game is very good because it's made by the Divinity devs. It's gonna be fucking good.
I will show you the path.
You know, it actually feels like I lost. Did you see what happened? I rolled Juggernaut Adrenaline Rush, which is what I want. So I can never see it again in the rest of the game. It's almost, I almost feel like, because the only reason you roll the other ones is because I'm looking personally for a Shimmer.
One life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
But I didn't hit Shimmer.
Every step, a new journey.
I'm trying not to let the voice win and play Baldur's Gate. I was not going to play it. Like, just straight up, full disclosure, I was not going to play Baldur's Gate 3. Okay? Like, at all. But Toast asked to play and made a group with Albert. And I'm like, okay, I'll play. And we'll see. It could be like after 3 hours, we just don't like the game. Or like the group isn't great. Or something like that. I'm keeping expectations low. So that if I do really enjoy the game, it'll be nice, you know? It's another D&D campaign, yeah, but it has a lot of like, I don't mind that. The thing about D&D is it's too open-ended. I prefer like TTRPGs or things which have more of a framing. I don't want to make my character from like completely from scratch with everything. It's like not, I don't like it. Not my cup of tea. This guy is playing Samir reroll. Oh, I might get fucking owned. So you last game, splitting up Garrett actually good to you high roll. I mean, it's good if you high roll, and it's good if, I mean, all like just in general. Let's be real, your comp sucked ass. Like you were stable, and you had Radiance, whatever on your Yasuo, but like your comp had no cap, right? Like there's no like it was a 6 Ionia cap, which is like pretty low. It'd be a different story if you had like 2-star legendaries, but you didn't have anything, right? I think Garen beats how do I say this? I think I can put one more unit in. Maybe this. Garen beats poor single target comps and scales pretty darn well on, especially on Hearthhome, with pumping up. Beat your ghost. Oh, you're never beat. Like I looked at your comp. Your comp has 0 damage. I have 90%, like 90% Omnivamp on my Garen. Like your 6 Ionia doesn't have the cap to beat that unless you're getting your 3-star in one of your 4 costs. I'm trying to lose by 1 unit, but I might win by 1 unit. And my the ghost boards are so fake though, like giga fake. You know? You might think to yourself, Scarra, why don't you go BT or Rageblade? I'm gonna greed so fucking hard this game. I'm looking for another Zeke's angle, and I'm gonna hold these. But yeah, like Garen beats level 9 boards sometimes. So I would say like the board is very strong if you can get it going. Not sure if I can get it going though. The problem with Garen is if you lose too much health early. Nobody has stronger board. Oh, I mean, I beat everyone's board. The only person that could beat me was the Samira player, because that comp hard count. Most boards, a lot of boards endgame do no single target damage, a lot of AoE. So Ari boards, no. I beat that guy, even if it's Ari too. Which is why Garen was good in last meta, because there was a lot of that. But it's worse in metas where there's single target damage, so stuff like... I don't fucking know. I am gonna two-streak this with this shitty board? No way, man. These people who are playing my lobby are playing terrible. Some of the worst boards ever, man. Yeah, Lux shits on me too. Like if I'm playing against a good Lux board, I'm just like, well, I'm dead.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Is Belveth a problem? Also, the problem is most people can't itemize Belveth enough to beat Garen. Because, like, how many times do you see Belveth 2 in games? No one goes for it. Because Belveth 2 isn't strong by itself. Oh, it is, but it's not worth giving up Ari 2, right? So, like, generally speaking, high single target damage is not that good. Kalista, yeah, sure. Okay, you're naming high single target damage, which I said... It's bad again. Like, yeah, it's going to be bad against high single target damage, like I just said. But it's also a comp which is kind of tanky, and your cap at Aatrox 2 is pretty much unbeatable. I've never lost with Aatrox 2 with items, pretty much. Ever.
Every step, a new journey.
Like, Belveth isn't a unit without attack speed, for the most part. Oh, this lobby is kind of fucked for me. There's a Kale player and a Triss player. It's really bad. This is a really bad lobby for me, actually. Oh, that's a yikes. A lot of single target damage I do not want to deal with. Like this game is a good example of like, uh-oh. There's a Kale player, Kale reroller, Triss reroller, Jinx reroller, Samira reroller, another Samira reroller, and a Lux player. Like, I'm gonna get fucking rolled this game, or what? It is not looking good. Like, I am not happy about my matchups. I do not want to play against Samira, don't want to play against Triss, don't want to play against, Kale. Kale especially is really bad for me. I think Triss is okay sometimes if I have upgraded stuff on the side, but yeah. Pivot? Hell no. I think I'm a pivoter. Also, these items are really bad. I was hoping I would get one of these completed, but I got one item here and a Nico. The Nico actually makes me want to play Garen more. But I don't want to slam this until I see the 3-2. Could be anything here, 3-2. Literally anything. Sure. Don't think it's that bad. Fawn, you stay 7. No big deal. That means I'm just gonna hold on to this. I don't have a unit for this. I think Jace sucks ass. It's probably just this.
The Shadow Isles are just the beginning.
Damn, everyone hits? This guy hit. Oh. That guy did not. Dude, this lobby all fucking rolled down at 3-2, 3-1. That is so bad for me, man. Social distancing. This guy is Samira 2, but still winning. Guy lost to another Samira 2. I mean, it's fine. I'm pretty sure what's gonna happen here is I am just going to have to roll down at 7 next round a little bit. Hit Garen 2, like, I just have to stabilize a little bit, and I'm staying at 7 the whole game. I have Fawn return here, and it's fine. And then if I stay 7 with Fawn, it's not bad.
Every step
Oh, I'm
is a
so...
new journey.
Yeah. Oh, this is probably not better. No Rage Blade. If someone takes the bow, this guy's fucked, I think. If you can't really play Kale without Rage Blade. What does he have? Oh, he took training reward. Pretty good. I mean, I killed 2. That's fine. I don't want to bleed out too much, which is why I want to roll next round. Damn, this game sucked ass. There are 5 level 1 rerollers. Like, are you kidding me? Samira. I'm gonna take this. I should take Rod. Fuck. Rod is worse to get duplicates of, but it's harder to acquire on the carousel because it's more desired. So, like, technically Negatron is better to get duplicates, but it's like, I should just fucking take Rod. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal, honestly.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Just looking for a road home.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
This guy forfeited. So I got a free round. Oh, that's cool. I don't need to roll anymore then. Who forfeited? Was it a Samira player or was it a Triss player? It was the other Triss player, right? I don't know who this guy was. Was it a Kale player? Oh, the Kale player didn't hit the fucking bow and forfeited? That's so funny.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
I would have Nico'd last round if it wasn't for the fact that I don't need to anymore. I'm just holding Samira's then, I guess. Aatrox, no. Never gonna hit Aatrox 2. Aatrox 1 is fine with no items. I need to do this actually. How many do I need? How many rolls? 4? 22 is fine. This guy is still not Trist. That is not good for him. Very good for me. I got unlucky. I got a net. I got 2 net. Oh, wait, I got the large rod. Okay, that's fine. These items are such terrible, but whatever, man.
Victory awaits.
I need another Juggernaut here, and I'm good. It doesn't really matter what it is here. Okay. Cool. I mean, he still hasn't hit just 3. I should be able to win this pretty easily. Dude, what the fuck is this, man? How can I even get these? It's because I'm a dumbass and kept this fucking unit in last round. And it waited the unit. And I lost the game. Ah, this is why I fucking hate augments sometimes, man. It's okay.
Will never fade.
The shadows.
I mean, it's fine. 2 challengers, okay. It's either that or edge him. Edge him actually is the exact same thing as challenger. But there's some really weird top end I can play with for challenger if I hit a challenger spat at stage 5. So like I was like, all right, whatever. I'll play for this really weird top end, even if edge is definitely better. Darius not in comp? Oh, he is, but I might have missed some Darius's. I mean, realistically, the Darius isn't really relevant to later. Yasuo can play Borderlands. Wait, no, Yasuo is shit. That's an interesting item. I took this because I have 2 outs. I have bow and whatever outs, and I actually have Demacia out as well. So it's like kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. I need to find a Darius
I
ASAP.
sound rude because I've got a world to save.
Demacia, now and forever.
I bring
Oh wow! Did not find another Garen. Did not find a Darius.
Glory of Demacia will never fade.
Next breath, I feel last.
Victory awaits.
Like,
I've got you.
okay. I mean, that's my comp. He hits. I win this, pretty sure. Yeah. He kills this. Aatrox comes out. Wow. Wow. Okay.
Noxus will rise.
Toast you? Thanks for the sub on this stream. I mean, okay, look. What can I do with this fucking challenger spat? So before leaving, my first said, love the AJ play in the back. Well, thank you. That's definitely just Spotify. How do I make this work? Oh, interesting.
For great science.
Okay. Heimer, yeah, but it's even weird 'cause I technically need one more challenger spat to make challenger really good. Two 1-cost reroll comps that can beat my comp. That is not good. Honestly, I don't even know if they can legitimately beat my comp. I feel like it's just fake. Does that make sense? I feel like they're winning, but like, really they're only winning because I'm not hitting Garen 3. Like I started this game with 2 Garens, and I'm right now I'm at 5 Garens. But it's like I feel like with the amount I've rolled, I should be at more Garens. You feel me? I have to all in here. I don't know if I can hold this Heimer, man. Like, I played the Ari comp, thank God. You know? Oh, he hit 50 stacks on his fucking rage blade. Okay, well, that makes sense.
Knock knock. Vengeance calling.
Dance with me every
choose the strength of Demacia.
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
Radiant Edge is nice, so no, it's not even bad. Like, I don't even mind Radiant Edge. It's not a problem for me. I'm dead. It's just I didn't hit. Why? How did I not hit? Oh man, was there a challenger here? There was a Garen here. Fucking crazy. Survivable, yep. But it doesn't matter. No, it's just the last augment roll was terrible because I didn't take out the. I fucked up. I didn't take out the Aurelia. The fact that that's whatever. Whatever, it happens. I'm gonna play some ads. The fact that they gave me like the shittiest fucking augments, man. Barbecue one map for 32 months. Thanks for your subbing. Ba, ba, ba. Damn, thought that game was gonna be so good. All the comps were terrible for me to play against, but why did I play a game with 5 level 1 rerollers, man? 4? 5? Make it the Master take out Sona for either Heimer or Senna. The thing is, you can't really like Heimer is not worth Garen, and Senna does not matter without Last Whisper. Neither of those matter. But yeah, maybe Demacia Spat's better than Challenger Spat. I was more playing for the fact that there's a potential to get Challenger Spat on the carousel, but and honestly, Sona's not even a bad unit. It doesn't matter. Like I can't win that game without Garen 3. And it really sucks that my Jarvan was on wrong side against the last player, or it would have done a lot better. Ooh, give me this. Dude, it feels so bad, man. It's fine. I think those games will just happen. Oh, I'm fucking open this game. I'm so fucking open this game. I'm gonna literally just open immediately. 40 health? Literally, it's like perfectly crafted for me. Oh, this does not look like the comp I'm gonna play. This does not look like a... Oh, but could it be a Cho comp?
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
I think his Cho is just so bad against Samira. I don't really even want to play it.
Let's start the show.
Upgrade more stacks? You wouldn't get more stacks by upgrading. What? Warwick augment not bad, really shit in the current meta playing against Samira.
Before I came along.
That's- Like, are the items that bad? I don't even think they're that bad. I can vow this, and this is Rageblade. I can play Garen from here. I can make it work. Oh, this guy has a Z. Is that Z2? Z2, Samira 2, Jin 2. Oh. He also has Cassio 2. Damn, his trade sector popped off this game.
Every step, a new journey.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
Okay, this looks like a shop that is a fucking enormous bait. Guy has 6 gins. Okay, he's a ginner. Got it. Is this guy playing Samira reroll? It looks like it.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Samira becomes even more meta. I mean, I don't think you want that. Samira is definitely... I didn't know this guy was so weak. I fucked up. Real bad. That is so fucking unlucky, man. I should have just full open, man. Hello? Oh, I froze there. What the?
If I don't kill you,
Play Genshin 4.0? Unlikely. I cannot believe I fucking lost. Or I won last round. I just ruined my entire stage 2 because I'm a dumbass. Oh, gave this guy a free 5 win streak when he's playing Patient Study. Just unreal. Whatever, it's fine. Gabriel every game? Nope. I'm glad I hit this guy here. A 40 unit loss. Pretty good. He has 6 Triss. And he's holding Samira to grief the Samira player. I respect. Yeah, this is a weird set where everything's kind of base skins. It's not usual, I would say. If I just lost here, fucking 610 more gold. But whatever, I'm a dumbass. Happens.
Name's Samira. Try not to sit on the ground.
I think this round will determine a lot of how I play this game. Because if my items don't come out into what I want them to be, it's going to be a very, very bad game for me. We're hoping for like a Negatron and a bow here. One or the other would be really helpful. Okay.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Let me remove this for a round and just keep checking that in. I don't want what happened last game to happen. I think I fucked. I think I lost the game. Well, it's just more like I just can't play Garen from this position. It's so... I mean, it's, I guess, possible, but it would just be really weird. The Mossy? Sure, it could have been in.
Guess we're fighting.
Ancient Ways finished from it? That's cool. Not good. Not good. Oh man. Level up is actually okay here. You didn't take level up? What the fuck? Fuck it. I may regret this. I may very much regret this. We'll see. Oh, I'm glad they finished Remnant though. Fun ass game. I guess I have Negatron here. Oh yeah, I'm actually need a Rage Blade here, I think. I think you pick Master Yagman. I mean, pretty much every time. Unless it's silver. I hate gold prismatic. It's fucking such shit. because people just take level up. Like it's like such a annoying game when it's gold prismatic. So fucking annoying.
I love Demacia.
I feel like
The only place I've been.
it's always just like I'm in a position where I always lose, because if I'm playing a reroll comp and it's gold prismatic, then I never hit the prismatic I want, which is Juggernaut or like golden ticket. It's always just like, well, I get fucked for playing reroll, and then everyone else just plays level up or something awesome for their board, and I instantly lose. Nice. I don't know, man. I've had so many games where it's just prismatic second and it's just fucking dog shit. It's kind of annoying. $30 life. Yeah, I mean, I'm dead this game. It's whatever. Ruined my stage 2 econ, and then I mean, we'll see. I hit Stimmy here, right? We'll see what it turns into. There's so many bad ones and like maybe like 1 or 2 good ones. The double Nico one is terrible. I hope it does not exist this game, because if it exists, I guaranteed lose without hitting Aatrox at 7 here. Single Fawn? Pretty good for me. Single Fawn is one of the better ones, I think.
The void has breached this place.
The shadows. Victory awaits. Victory awaits.
Sword will fight back.
From the shadows.
Fawn is probably the best thing I could have asked for. Yeah, I can't slam this until I see the BT later, but this is... Oh, Shadow Isle. This guy's playing Yasuo Gwen. Okay, that's fine. Challenger Gwen. OG build. Not bad. Doesn't really have the top end you'd expect, but it's not bad. If I can win here, it's not terrible. Two streak is okay. Didn't lose any life. 2 streak, not fun. It's alright. I probably want to sell this ASAP. And maybe sell the Gwen. Yeah, I need the gold. I need to hit, I'll be honest, the only way I can win this, I need to hit Negatron BF here, and I need to hit Aatrox at 7. If I can, okay, there's Negatron. BF me? Okay, well, it could have been worse.
Show them the strength of Demacia.
Every step, a new
I did not want to put this in for 1 round, man. Just put in something garbage. I don't know. Not that.
so much. We are vengeance.
Not that. Ooh. Lux player is not good for me. Okay. See Scarra playing Garen again. Bro, I didn't play Garen for 2 days, and all of a sudden people are still bitching about Garen. Oh, I feel like I need... Cause then I can just roll for... There he is.
Noxus will rise.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to say.
What the fuck is this one? It is, I mean, that sounds like a decent one to splash. The craziest thing is with Fawn plus Juggernauts, if you know this, I haven't hit Juggernaut spat with this comp in a long time. Juggernaut spat is usually how the comp wants to have. It is a crazy good one. It's the best that you can actually get. Wow, this is a 4-man spin, easy. Could fall for Cyber. Oh, that is good. That is a good one. I just don't know who I want it on. I think I put it on someone who I don't really care about. It's like this, and it's like this, right? Because this is, I go for Zeke's here, and then this is my Aatrox items. Okay, it looks good. The only question is, do I go 8 here? Generally speaking, when you have Fawn Juggernaut spat, you stay 7. Wait, this Rise is so good. Wait, it just got. Wait, that's kind of good. If I doesn't do anything but increase the team by 1 size, but I mean that matters a lot. Oh my god. Fuck you. But it's still fine. Like, I still have a Garen, which is like probably the next best thing. This. Okay. How's it feel right now? This feels kind of good. I don't think I'm gonna roll for the whole stage, and I'm gonna make a decision to roll for Garen. If I hit another Garen, for sure I'm rolling down. If I don't, it's like kind of iffy. The only rise was Zon and Freljord was decent. I mean, this one's better than not. It's better than not having any other units. Like oh no. He hit final reserves, took my fucking thing, and then hit me. Wait, I won. Ooh. Get my Aatrox back, please. I mean, do you think Rise is bad? Just look objectively, look at his damage. Even if we don't count the last, I would say like 1,000 damage because that was overtime damage. He did about 3k damage throughout the fight for one included unit. That's pretty good. Not even discounting the fact that it's like a CC, you know? It's only an auto kill if it's the last unit alive. If it was an auto kill based on anything, that'd be broken. It's also, but it's percentage damage. 18% is quite a considerable amount, you know? I mean, I think am I going 8, guys? I don't think so, right? I still could hit Nasus. I could still hit, yeah, Jarvan. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm not going 8. Especially Fawn Juggernauts. I usually don't go 8 if I get one or the other. And now I got both, it's like, oh shit. Oh, I'm definitely not going 8. Holy moly.
I've got you.
Demacia, now and forever.
Shurima is not of this time.
Rise definitely needs to be taken out, and I need to sell the Darius. Without Evoker, Rise is not casting, man. That was pretty good, though.
I must hurry if I am to win.
I bring death.
Just looking for a road home.
Victory awaits.
Noxus will rise.
Victory awaits.
I mean, this is getting removed for sure. So I just want to put this behind the Garen. Oh, this Jarvan's gonna fucking own. I have not had this in a while, but it is fucking good. 2 ultis, so good. Dude, this Rise is actually owning.
Define Noxus to taste your own.
Wait, this Rise is... Okay, but that's bullshit. The true damage is bullshit. It's like, it kills the last unit, it would have died anyways. But it did 1,500 damage? That's not bad. That's really not bad. Oh my god. Play against a level up player. Cool. He has 4 2-star 5 costs. 5 2-star 5 costs. Yes, that is awesome. The redemption's pretty good here, though. Where's my Senna? Oh, that's not a good one. It's fine. I gave him Cyber Leech. I should just put it back here. I lose this, right? But it's a 1-unit loss. It's okay. I just need to hit Garen 3 next round, honestly. That was kind of close.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Noxus will rise.
I made the right choice selling. Thank God. You know, this is a rare game where I didn't hit more than 1 legendary at 7. Cringe. I fought the guy who was he got level up at 4-2 and hit every 2 costs. Or went to 9 and hit every fucking 5 costs. Like, cool. Silly Waffle, what about for 21? 6 or something. Give us feedback. Please rate your agreement. Brian tries to do what's best for TFT players. You know, yeah, okay. I'll go play some ads. No, it's just really... Alright, wait, I wanted to try something, actually. I think it's really stupid to get prismatic second. That's like, if you're not getting a good prismatic for yourself, it's like, alright. Someone gets level up here and already has 60 gold from the first stage, so they just go 9. The only thing is the oh yes, oh yes, scuttle puddle me, please, please. It was okay. Here's what the real deal with scuttle puddle. You are always guaranteed 20 gold. Catch is better the more starting gold you have, because it makes it so that you can hit like the intervals up really quick. So usually when I played Rich Get Richer before, I would never, how would I say this? I would never play Rich Get Richer. I would never take it unless I had a 10 gold opener. So I had a 2 item opener or less. I can't.
How's that for a Vandal City beatdown?
I can't. I cannot. Not if I play catch. Oh, that kind of hurt. That was painful. Can't let your boy down like that, bro. He actually, I top 4 last game. That was pretty decent. It's weird because like I just hit Garen 3 so late. Sometimes when I play the comp, that I'm like, okay, well, I had a really bad position before, and I am not salty that I, you know, whatever happened.
How's that for a Vandal City beatdown?
At every one of these gives you 1 gold, so you're guaranteed 20 gold with 1 unit. You cannot hold pairs, which means that this opener kind of blows. I wouldn't doing this unless you know you're gonna open your board. Like you gotta spread your cheeks open the first stage. I'm gonna take 40 in stage 2 this game for sure, but it's fine because I'm playing Kench, and hopefully that means I will have a shitload of gold. So this is definitely a 3 item opener then. Yeah. Make sure to pick up the gold quick.
How's that for a Vandal City beatdown?
I am the River King.
No, man. No. Why would it not? Oh, man. I didn't get either of the gold or priz. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. $28% silver. Fucker. It's fine. Take it. But the only fun part of Kench is going above 50 gold. And then turning that 50 gold into like some crazy shit, you know? But now it's like, oh man, I'm gonna hit 50 gold so fast, but I can't do anything with it. Is optimal AFK gameplay? It's more just like I needed the other one, so I can like, if I get rich, risk get richer here. How much gold do I have? Right? I have risk get richer gives me what 18, 10. It gives me 10. I almost have 40 gold at 2-1. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna look around. This guy also took AFK. Got to inconsistency. So he's trying to win. Oh, he has Swain too, though. That's a pretty good way to win. He lost his he lost his first game though, which is kind of funny. Bruiser Spout, which is really nice. Okay. I'm surprised someone took Buried Treasure. It is 2 components. And that's it. Wait, is it 3 components? I can't count. Wait, is it? It's 2, right? Yeah, we're chilling. Because it used to be, I mean, yeah, you're missing the gold, which is the most important part. But hold up a sec. Look at my gold. Look at my gold. I'm 40 gold. I'm gonna be 50 gold 2.5. I'm gonna be 70 gold 2.5. How much is it? I'm gonna be 70 gold 2.5. Two 4-0. The Gwen looks so good. He's not bad, true. Look, it's... What is this? Is that Poro? Oh my god, there's 4 Poro players! Well, 3 gold. Was there a 3 gold bow? I did not see it.
If I don't kill you, so darkness gathers on the others from every depth.
Highest placing legends. Really? How more dog and 10 did you play TFT? Evoker Heart. Remember how yesterday I said I was like count the 50-50s I lost? I don't know. This is I missed the 33% chance to hit this guy to ruin his streak. Okay. Okay, well that's bad. I just have to hope this like it's level up at 3-2. If it's not, then I'm in some trouble. I feel like with Kench, you just always pray for level up 3-2, and then the one in like 10 games that happens, you're good to go.
Piltover's finest.
Darkness gathers on the others from every depth.
Okay. I am 92 gold, by the way.
Dawn is the future.
The mist beckons.
What's the plan? What do you mean? Level up next round, win the game. Okay, 51 life. Level up here. Level up. Level up. Level. Fuck. I don't think I need more gold. I would play this, but there's 2 Invoker players this game, which kind of sucks.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
What I have done cannot be undone.
Go 8 or no balls. I'm good. I realized my mistake here. I needed to play this unit. Damn, I suck ass. Set out for this unit would have actually had me kill another unit here. Okay, 42.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Plans for Scarra Timber, even if I had plans, I wouldn't be able to tell you. I think it ruins any kind of surprise to tell you ahead of time. I mean, I'm level 7, 75 gold. Isn't that fucking crazy? Thank God he did not reset there. Oh my god, that could have been so bad for me. It was still pretty bad for me. It's 29. I mean, you can show cock on a Baldur's Gate, right? Because it's part of the game. It's not TOS-able, pretty sure. I mean, I'm just dead this game.
I am Darkin. Your gods fear me.
Can I pivot this game to...
Victory awaits.
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
I cannot believe I am considering this.
Is not of this time.
I should have left home years ago.
Victory awaits.
I mean, real talk. What am I supposed to play? Like, it's just impossible to play anything else, you know? I no options this game, guys. I was held at gunpoint by Mort Dog. So everybody items never saw Zeri, never saw Sedge. Well, 9. 9's not bad. I can work with 9.
Show the strength of Demacia.
I need a full BT here. It's really unlikely. Very ugly. I think you keep Senna for 1 round because the off chance you hit a Juggernaut spat here, it would. Oh, that's half. Please.
For great science.
My room terror will be
If I don't kill you,
I've hit more 5 costs than I've ever seen in my life, by the way. Oh, I did hit a Zeri. Well, it's too late. I am unfortunately committed. It restacks? No way, man. That's how it works? This game is so bad. Please give me the fucking... Sure.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget I own it.
Demacia, now and forever.
I've got you.
I didn't know that this is how Titans work on this unit. It's so bad. Oh no, Raid Son of Soul, I didn't even realize. 25 gold against 4 turns. So 1, 2, 3, 4 here. I think keep above 10 here. I'm only in next 2 rounds, I think. Oh, I don't think this guy's strong enough. Golden ticket, no Yasuo 2 is a big deal for me. Okay. If it's Senna 2. Alright, BT. And I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Okay, I would have loved to have some different items this game, but sure, you know what? I can't choose that.
I bring death.
The biggest problem right now, like a super bad problem, is I don't get gold till next round. 25 gold is a lot. So there's no reason to roll here. I can't even buy 3 Garants if I hit, right? I'd have to sell something, and I'm not that desperate. I want to hit this guy. This guy does not look that good. So the Garant trade? Oh no, this was I'm playing a Tom Kench. I was trying something and then it went very bad. Just don't worry about it. I pivoted to Garen from like a weird position. My Garen pivot started at 3-5. Wait, I don't get Garen? I don't get gold here? It's PvE round? Oh no. That is not good. I'm gonna die if I hit this fucking guy, man. Holy fuck. I don't think I can beat this guy. Wait, actually, this guy's only Rek'Sai 2? I got him. With my fist, I got him, for sure. Oh my god, okay, 25 gold. Okay, actually, isn't this just worse than Hedge Fund? Hedge Fund is literally 44 gold at once. Right? Is it 44 or is it 38? And this feels so bad. I mean, it's fine. I just need to get 2 Zeeks here and I'll be fine. Dude, I learned something today about,
is not of this time.
No Garants, huh?
Victory awaits.
Battle.
Oh no, I missed one. Well, there's no way I was gonna win this game anyways, because I did not have any combat dogs. I think when you're playing Garen, you need to have at least one combat dog. It's fine. I'm gonna play Smats. Lion, thanks for the sub of this stream. Fifth is okay. Damn. That sucks, man. I think fifth is way better than I expected that game, so it's not bad. Yeah, I mean, it plays much higher than I thought. I just, it's like, I only have one thing I want to test with Kench. And it's like, please, man, please, just don't fuck me this game. I just don't know what silver opener, man. Oh, hedge fund would be sick. I think I'm gonna go the fastest eighth of my life, but it'll be very interesting. I'm in your game. I'm gonna get. Oh, hold on, give me a second. I need to get the mental edge right here. I'm gonna ban you. I need all the help I can get. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, the thing is, I need to hit this one unit called Renekton. And if I don't hit Renekton, it's all kind of weird. Ooh, it's kind of weird.
Let's start the show.
Oh wow, it's interesting. You can't unban with the default quick commands. That's interesting. Did not know that. I need a Renekton, like a Renekton. 6, 7, 8. I don't. It's so bad. This game's so bad. I only want to do one thing in this game. One. And I 10 gold opener with a Renekton playing Kench. I still just can't fucking do it, man. Oh, this game fucking blows, man.
Something to nibble on.
I'm about to play Garen.
Killing you will be one of my finest works.
I kind of want this Warwick, but it's like kind of hard to buy. I'm actually down to level and just do this. My board looks pretty fucking crazy actually. Usually I lose streak, but like I don't really need a lose streak. My board is pretty darn good. Oh, it's Glask? Who the fuck ordered Glask, man?
Is what I want to see.
Glask is so bad. I don't want to slam items if I fucking don't have them, you know? Oh. This is so weird. I'm pretty sure I'm just supposed to slam like spear here and then play. Please don't be level 5. Oh, this guy's board does not look that good. If I lose here, this Samira unit is broken. Dude, I am telling you, I don't even want to play Garen. I don't want to do this. The game gives me no Renekton, no Gold or Prismatic. Like, I can't even test this stupid ass Kench. I am so annoyed. It's like, please, man. Robo, it's Shimmer. Okay, well. Like here, don't you always make one of these 2 items and sell for 20, or you push for so that you can have 10 level 5 here? Like, I'm just playing the fucking board wrong because I'm trying to whatever. It's fine. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank fucking God. Okay. Just pre-level this. Yeah, I'm trying to experiment with like probably the worst legend in the game, or the worst like thing. But like I'm like in my head I have an idea that might be able to work. I just need to see it in action, and I cannot. It is a Oh, wait. No one wants that item. Or that unit. Guys, what is going on? Someone just fucking took it.
The void has breached this place.
Oh, the one with yes. It's okay.
Knock knock. Vengeance calling.
Would have been too easy if I won that anyways. This guy slammed Juggernaut spat. Oh, he has it. Surely he's not. You want to play Void so bad? Yeah, I got insane Void shops.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Guys, a Maokai 3? 2 kills. Okay. Guys, one of the worst forecasts? Yeah, this is not very good. It's okay though, I mean, you have items. And I had Shojin. Like, I could have played Kaisa this game for sure. Sorry, I meant to say I could have played Garen this game. Fuck, man. This is not great. This is looking like I should just play fucking Zeri, but Zeri's, I mean, I have the worst opening augment for Zeri. It's really bad. Rework Morello. I mean, the only thing about Rework Morello is you can now put it on Ashe and Senna for Gunner. It's not experimentation. It's just like, oh, okay. Like, there's nothing, I guess, nothing great about it. I tested Solar Reflector the crew rounds and failed last round. It shouldn't. If you know how to position it. Position it in the corner right here, you should never fail.
Piltover's fire.
I didn't even need to see the other augments.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
My augments are looking like really fucking good. She had 8 Juggernaut. I mean, it's probably not. I mean, I would like it, but it's just broken if you get to it. Like, it's already, 6 is already so good, it makes Aatrox the best unit in the game. So, like, I don't know, man. It's not something that I feel like... Guys, slam PT, DB. Wait, he reforged to Shurima. Oh my god, wait. He has DB Rageblade? It's pretty good. pretty solid reforge. Shurima's very workable. So here, I think I'm going the rod item. The reasoning is because it's oh, we'll see. I don't get the preference. I'm last pick, right? Usually I don't win streak playing this board. But yeah, today is the exception. Pen the game, Bastion, Juggernaut doesn't feel good. I think Juggernaut feels great. Pen doesn't beat Juggernauts. This is flat resist. Okay. This is gonna get taken for sure because it's on a sedge, unfortunately. This is so fucked. So fucked.
There's a saying, you never fight
I can't get any of my
Ionians on
items.
their home
It's
soil.
fine.
The Shadow Isles are just the beginning.
Dawn is the future.
I roll once here, right? I mean, I might as well because
I must hurry if I am to win.
I just want a better unit. It doesn't really affect my board. Okay, that's fine. I was hoping to hit the 4th Juggernaut here on the roll, but it's okay. Play reroll out either priority? Yeah, but I feel like it shouldn't be a big deal. I'm still hitting 40 here, right? Yeah. I felt like it wouldn't be a big deal because, like,
Try not to slow me down.
you know, you only need 4 items for this comp. But, like, yeah, I guess it's a big deal when I don't hit any of the 4 items. I have 2 of the 4. I just... like most comps, it's hard to hit 3 item perfect carry, but for Garen, you only need 2 item perfect carry, and it's like, yeah, feels like it should be a lot simpler. Is this 7 Shurima board that I'm looking at? Oh my god. Zalthiel, what about for 53 bucks? Thanks for your subbing. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Aw, oh, damn, it did not hit. Top 4? I mean, I hope to God, so yeah.
Victory awaits.
That's an Ionian unit.
You should have left home years ago.
The worst part is I have to get Ionian out next round because I don't want it fucking with my augments. Not good. Not good.
Look out! There's a new boss round here. Victory awaits.
Noxus will rise.
Show them the strength of Demacia.
I was gonna consider playing triple golden major here, but I did not think that is the play. I need to keep rolling. Heimer's too expensive for this position. To play Shrinko, Meccano.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget I own it. I've got you.
It's weird because from this position, I usually go level 9 or level 8. Usually. Also, this is on the wrong side. It needs to be on the other side. Okay. I don't know what the game decides what logic augments show. It's based on your board synergies that are active on your board from the round prior. It is roughly weighted at 3-2 and giga weighted at 4-2. I mean, it's one of those weird games where I kind of want to save Heimer. It is the best level 8 I can put in. I'm not playing Senna this game. I'm playing Heimer for sure. I mean, when you look at my items too, they're kind of dicey too. This motherfucker, really? Oh, I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, it matters. Oh, it fucking matters. Damn. He was not able to spin it to win it. It's like, without Aatrox, I can't really do anything. I don't really think rolling at 8 for Aatrox does. Why is it on this unit, man? Why? The only thing I can make with both of my items is on this unit. A Scion? Please. One time. This game fucking blows, man. Oh, I'm down to just Shroud. It's okay. I'm down. I'll just fucking slam the Shroud here. Shroud's always good.
Victory awaits.
Playing Garen with no attack speed buffs? That does not seem good. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens. I'm not confident I can win this game without pumping up. I didn't even want to play this comp, man. It's just, why is it always silver? Why is it always fucking silver, man? Oh my god, the harm assist here. The lifesteal is crazy. Oh? He's kind of spitted. Well, I just realized I could have just kept rolling. Why didn't I just keep rolling? I could have just wait 6 Juggernaut and then went 8. Wow, I kind of giga griefed. It's okay. I forgot I had a +1. Good luck. Oh, redemption is kind of good. I wish it was. I mean, this guy has morning lights. Oh, this is not a player that can win because I could never beat this guy.
I sound rude because I've got a world to save.
Oh, I got so lucky with that gear. Dude, without pumping, it feels. Oh. Shrinko, Meccano.
To charge blindly into a storm of souls?
Divine lust, taste your own blood.
Shrinko.
Victory awaits.
Shurima is not of this time.
Can I actually hit these units? No. The answer is no. So the reason pumping up is super good with Heimer because it double dips. So like both the Heimer turret and the Yordle Genius gets the buff, which is why it becomes so powerful. This fucking unit is just impossible to hit or what? I guess. Oh, one dog for Aatrox swap. I'm selling what? I'm selling the dog for Aatrox. Is I need to hold sets because I need to move the Vow over to Nasus actually. That's the problem. That's fine. Realistically, I just need to hit Garen 3 though. Garen 3 loss, no problem. So Persona Lux with no items is complete garbage units. That's why.
We are vengeance.
So it gives attack speed, which is important for your comp. Probably the most important stat you can get for this comp. Another game where I hit Garen 3 late. To be fair, I did invest 20 gold into Heimer, so. Oh my god, he stunned them. Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can still play Lux. You just need items. I don't have items. That's just it. I need items. Ah, shit. Oh, the second Heimer is so good though, but I don't really care about the Heimer, I guess. Actually, I kind of want the gold. I mix the solar degree to buff. No, I'm putting it in the middle just so it debuffs immediately for my front line. Alright, I finally at the point where it's okay. To be honest, I'm not even kidding. I don't think I locked this. The reason is because I need to hit Aatrox so bad. Aatrox is like by far the best unit to hit from this position. And still lost. Kind of lost even rating QSS really. Yeah. I mean, Nastitude is huge. One of my best units. I want to hit this guy. This guy is really hard to beat. Oh, you mean Heimer himself? Oh. So I lost against this guy before because... Oh, nice. Because I didn't have Garen 3. But I think with this, I don't think he does enough damage to beat me. Okay, unless my unit griefs. Oh, he does do enough damage. Damn. GG. Yeah, without pumping, it feels like this comp is not that good. Fuck, I really need pump for it. We'll play some mats. Okay, I don't want to play Garen. I just want to play 10 gold opener, Kench, gold, prismatic. That's it. Actually, more. I mean, mine's not good. Like I'm just trying to play. I'm trying to play this one thing. I just cannot hit. And it's so annoying. How's RNG set compared to previous ones? Feels very not RNG. How much would you say the openings dictate the combo in TFT? I don't know what that means. Like it dictates routing, if that makes sense. But I don't know. Oh, the comp? I would say not much. Not that much. Depends how good you are. Cause the real talk is a lot of times people stay certain comps instead of pivoting because it's easier. If I'm opening with 3 Ionian, it's easier for me to go to 6 Ionian and replace 3 units than go to, you know, like replace all my units, because it's just easier, right? But the better you are, the more units you can replace easily. Is how I see it. Surely I'm not gonna get fucking. I should have sold the Swain. There's a good chance I should have just played Samira from here. Why did I sell the fucking Swain, man? Oh, it's a 2-item opener. It's a 2-item opener when I'm playing Kench. Oh, it's over. Oh, it's fucking over. Okay. I could have had Noxus with 2 Samira opener with Swain, 2 Samiras, and instead I got shit. If I have a Tangled opener too, it's okay, because I'm playing Kench, and that's fine.
I am the River King.
30 gold opener. When they will see the Renekton round 1, it's fine. I didn't need Renekton this game because I got something better. I got 2-item opener. 2 items means you start 10 gold, more than 10 gold regardless. This opener is better because you can actually hit 40 next round. Wow. Garen items? Okay, you're not wrong, but I'm not playing Garen. Not with a 40 gold opener. It's better to go like some sort of fast 9 comp here. For sure. Like literally look at my gold and look at these guys' gold. 10, 0, 0, 0, 10, 10, 0. I have a 40 gold 2-2 opener. I mean, technically, I could play Garen from here. No, I don't like playing Garen without pumping up. The difference is like it's astonishing. Like my top end sucks without popping up. I can't guarantee first places at all. I can't even guarantee top 4s. So I'm just down to never play it. No Garen? Oh, yeah, no Garen. This guy is playing reroll Kale. It has 0 poppies. Zero Maokai's. Oh, that's a yikes, man. Hedge fund interest is 10. How do you even reach that much gold? I mean, I would, if I had a hedge fund here, I would reach that gold. These are Samira reroll. No. Maybe he might flip. Yes, his items are not looking too hot. His items are better for Samira. I mean, I was thinking what I really wanted to play here, and I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is a Zeri board. Do I not just... It's fine. I'd rather just have some sort of frontline protection here. Oh.
What's this? Darkness.
So what is my max interest? It is 7, which means I, in a perfect world, want to be above 7 every time. Sure. Well, this guy has fucking... those are items for Aphelios or the other units. Samira. This guy's playing Kale. He went Rageblade over other stuff. He's playing Kale for sure.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
I am 70 gold. This guy has... It's fine. Okay, so I have a ridiculous amount of gold. I've achieved gold nirvana this game. 70 gold at 2.6, that is an insane amount of gold. I'm getting, on average, 16 gold a round, which is great. Super fucking good. And this is kind of the opener I wanted. I have a 61 HP, which is fine. Could be better. No big deal, though. And I have some semblance of an opener, which could be better, but yeah, whatever. And whatever happens, you don't use your gold because the way you win with Kench is you hit level up on the next. This game fucking blows. Like, we got a word. Nope. I think I'm blanking Val here. How did I get 3 component anvils and I ended with items I can't use? It's just so garbage, man. It's okay. I vow here. I redemption here. Zeke's whole BF and belt. Wait, Zeke's is kind of iffy, honestly. 92. I don't need more gold. Sure.
For Piltover, Dawn is the future.
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
What if I want Deathblade here? It's really not that bad. I'm glad I hit this guy, but I'm sad I lost this guy. Okay.
Energize.
I mean, if I can maintain my 2 extra gold until level 8, that'd be super good for me. But right now, it's like I'm very flexible in being able to play either Aphelios or the other one. They're both fine. Oh, this guy double hit the round after. This guy is pumping up with 2 JGs. The fuck is he playing? Piltover. Oh, I'm good. There's no way I'm fucking playing Piltover. I mean, I wish I played it before, but from this position. No way he disarmed me when I'm about to pop off my Jinx, man. Got feared. It's okay. Alright, I mean, I'm 90 gold. It's okay. I'm definitely hitting 7. I mean, God, I can hit 7 next round and still have 60 gold. That's pretty good. Oh, I have to take that, actually, because I get an Urgot with it. I mean, GS is one of the Zeri's best items to play. It's just, yeah, it's fine. Jinx reroll still work? Yeah, I need Robo Arm for Jinx for it to work. I have Virulent, right? Which is fine, but it's just not ideal for Jinx. I'd say you just don't play it. Also, I have 90 gold. Why would I stay 6 in reroll if I should have done that before, right?
Dawn is the future.
36. I mean, I might as well. I lose 1 gold, right? I mean, how's my board look? Not even that bad. I'll get back to 70 next round, and then I mean, it's looking good. I got 2 of the important 4 cosplay in the comp. This is not in the comp, more than likely. You only play like 2 gunner unless you get like this like gunner spat. It looks like not that. Oh, please ulti again. Please. Oh no, I did not get a second ulti. Yeah, I don't really want to lose that much more health, and I'm okay when losing. The extra econ is made up for by the Rich Get Richer, right? Like quite a bit. 12 gold next round. And I probably don't do anything until 4-2 just to see if I hit. I mean, adaptive is great. Oh, I probably don't. There's no way I can hit like true BIS for this then. Triple Titans or something like that would be nice. Because I would get like, I'd have enough Omnivamp and whatever, but it's fine. I really hope I don't play against Jarvan players, because that would be really mess up my board. This guy is just using this to streak. Nice little 2-streak here, really good. Awesome gold. Great position to play Zeri here. Hold on to this for when I replace the units. Okay. I mean, the easiest way to play this comp from this position is I get Zon next round, but it's probably not gonna happen. I have a gold augment that does literally nothing for now, and the fact that I'm going 8 and playing this is kind of crazy. Usually, when you take this, you want to be rolling immediately because 21 rerolls is a lot. It's like a decent amount of gold. Titans. Wow, these items are. I wonder if it's ever lockets, just so I can play like actual. Is locket that bad of an item now? This comp has a hard time. This comp has a hard time using locket. I'm not gonna, or using the large rod. It's another Rage Blade. Like, you kind of already have, I can make Gunblade, but it's kind of whatever. Please kill another one. One more? Yeah. Yeah, I feel like New Locket can't be that bad. Okay, I am in a great spot. Well, great. Level me up. Oh. Can't look for level up, that sucks.
I am Thorn's reckoning.
Demacia, now and forever.
Why am I holding Garen's? Why did I even pick that shit up?
My Runeterra will be beautiful.
Demacia!
What is strength if you do not use it?
I will restore Freljord's greatness.
For the Freljord!
I hit 0 Zeris in 70 gold. Like, what?
If I don't kill you, Zon will.
I remove Echo Rights.
Demacia, now and forever.
Zon's with me every fight. This time's no different.
I am Thorn's reckoning.
This guy got fucking egg and he was win streaking. Oh boy, that's not good for the rest of the lobby. I might just take this. I was gonna take the Aatrox here actually, but I'm pretty sure I just slammed the QSS here on this unit and I'm fine. I actually, maybe I just play triple Hodge here. It's fine.
Dance with me every fight. This time, no different.
Shurima is not of this time.
I will rule the Freljord.
I mean, how much hit do I have? 90? I just need Hodge, honestly. I'm level 8 with Fawn, and I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 upgrades. These are kind of weak upgrades, though. I don't really like Belveth in this comp. I would much prefer anything else.
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
I bring death.
Is that a good one? Play List over Senna. Sure. But I'm not gonna do that, so. I think going 9 when you have a Fawn feels so weird. Like, you technically should at some point, but like, really? Like, I guess I hit everything except for Sedge. Like, these are really weak upgrades outside of this unit, right? Like, the weird thing is not playing Fort Gunner, but I think Fort Gunner sucks here. Like, I'd rather drop 2 Zon than play Fort Gunner. Also, I just realized the end thing was just to drop 2 Zon, and I would have played like these 2 go out once I pick this up. Oh, I'm fucking stupid. The QSS is shit here then. I need actual healing. Oh no, I could have had. Oh, I could have had such good items. I mean, honestly, I still might be able to be okay with these. But these go out. I don't run adaptive, and I run this and another legendary, right? But it's fucked now. Like, I just have to go. I mean, I just have to go 9. I have to go 9. Yeah. Virulent is really good for against this guy, right? He doesn't have rest center yet. Yeah, we didn't get Chem Tank, but like Jarvan 2 is Jarvan 2, right? You're not really getting rid of Jarvan 2. You're just leaving that. But I think BIS for me here is get BT somehow and then sell these 2 units. BT or Hodge. And that way I only have Virulent left, but that's okay. I have Virulent, but instead I'm getting 2 great units, which end up being Aatrox and this will probably be like, I don't know, fucking Belveth or something. And last ones are kind of wasted. Nope, it's fine. The other items are much worse. When you build IE, when I have... I get rolled out. Damn. This guy actually beat me with some Samir reroll. I'm never going 9 here, or am I still going 9? Still going 9. I think my board's good enough now. Surely I don't lose to the other Samir reroller, because that would be just crazy if this comp was good enough to be able to beat both my boards, right? Yeah, I'm okay. You have the worst unit? Nah, it's fine, really. Oh, Then I am not getting rid of those 2 units. Because I can Gunner. Interesting. Okay. And I'm going to keep Adaptive because I need the lifesteal. Got it. Gunner's good as long as I have lifesteal, which I do.
Any volunteers to charge blindly into a storm of souls?
But now with this, I think it equals about 30 more AD, give or take. Dude, I feel like I'm strong. Like, this guy's not level 9 yet, right? I'm gonna hit this guy now. Right now. Please. Yeah, okay. Before he hits level 9. I don't know if I can beat him. Oh, his Gwen got to my carry. What the fuck? How? Wait, I actually would have won this. Oh my god. The Gwen just went straight to the back line? No way, man. Is this 7? Maybe 6? Oh, that is... Alright, I'm out of Kench. This shit is awful, man. I'm okay. I gave it a shot. Not my cup of tea. Go play some ads. Speaking, welcome back for 38 months. Thanks for subbing. Yeah, we benched the Kench. I think Earth is only fun if you're going to play Invoker. Invoker, Sorcerer. I think and maybe Shadow Isles. I think Shadow Isles is really interesting, but it's only if you can hit 2 spats, because 1 spat's kind of bleh. Had a Diamond Catch player in my lobby who in some took Rich Get Richer. Does that work? It doesn't, right? It negates all interest? Average Catch player, by the way. Fuck it. Sands is only good if you're re-rolling. Maybe I could do Aaron mounts. I think Scuttle Puddle is so dangerous because you give everyone in the lobby high rolling ability. So you're always gonna see like the sickest boards on Scuttle. Everyone starts with like disgusting gold, super fucking OP boards. Like you're gonna see like the dumbest shit on this. Half the lobbies will be 9, other half is gonna be like perfect fucking boards. Shifty and Sands Garen. You don't want to reroll 3 costs. There's not that many. Rerolling 4 is a lot better. Ooh. That is good. Unfortunately, I'm bad for Garen. Hearthhome is the best Garen portal. And then I would say, I don't really know after that one. Maybe the Emblem portal is actually super good for Garen. Because the thing about Garen is, generally speaking, I'm not winning unless I have an Emblem. The extra +1 helps so much. Oh my god, these items, holy fuck.
This is very exciting.
Darkness gathers on the others from every depth.
I mean, okay, as long as it's not silver, it's fine. If I take pump on a fucking... if I take pump, it's bad. Oh, Bandle is really good too, but the problem with Bandle is you have to hit... It's like, commonly with Bandle, I end up not playing Garen. Because, like, you need to hit... I don't know. You need to hit Garen early. That's not good for this comp. It's fine. $20 gold opener. And I'm hitting 24, 26 next round.
Let us be.
Not silver. The weird thing is, I don't really want to sell this, right?
Samira, try not to slow me down.
I feel like I could get... The thing is, I'm going to win against... Like, this guy's just full open with transfusion. It's fine. This guy's Piltover. There's 2 people that want to lose this game. There's Legacy. There's Boss. Okay. I don't think there's any way I can 4-loss this game, or 5-loss, unless I run full open my entire... And even then, it's just luck, right? I don't like this guy as a Garen, but I mean, he's playing the boss. He's gonna have a couple Garens, you know? Kill 1 unit, pretty good. I think Samira is the queen of killing at least 1 unit. Really fucking good at it. Okay.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Is this not like a full sell here? Fuck it, maybe I just don't give a shit. I should not have bought this till after. Fuck it, we ball.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
I mean, this is best case scenario for me, right? 2 people with 30 gold, 3 people with 30 gold, 4 people with 30 gold. 4 people with 30 gold, okay.
but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Alright, fuck it. Who's really gonna fucking believe that I'm not gonna open here? No one. I lost every 50-50 yesterday. I'm hitting him now? Do I win? I lost another 50. I never win these. Mantrick, thank you so much for the gifted sub. God bless you. Man, I never win these. Fuck, man. This is... It's fine. I'm about to hit 50 next round. It's alright. Dude, oh, man. I'm not even first pick? That's... I am like full open and I am 4th in health. Okay. When I win, it never ties. Ever. If it's 2 open boards, it's a 50-50. Whoever goes to the other person's board loses. Or, sorry, wins. Which is a loss. Touchdown's a loss streak? No, I think it should be a win and loss. I think it's actually super degenerate to allow multiple open forters in the same lobby. I think open forting is a high risk strategy that should not be beneficial. As someone who does it a lot, it's just like stupid. If I've had lobbies where there's multiple people who open. Like, you should not be giving people who open fort more of a benefit. I'm down to double win, actually. No, that's kind of weird.
Yes, I am a weapon.
Victory awaits.
World is frayed and in need of mending.
I ruined his Piltover. He got it ruined twice this game, actually. Right? Yo, buy the Garen. Why did I buy the Garen before I fucking play the game? Or the rounds. I want to save it. Honestly, one Garen probably loses to these 3 units. What is going on? Hello? My screen just lags for a second?
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
It's like happening just today. It's really weird. I have no idea what's going on, man. I'll be honest, this is the best. I'm 75 health and I'm good. I'm in a great spot. I'm not worried. I'm kind of worried with that item. Jesus Christ, man.
The glory of Demacia will never fade.
How is it possible that I have these items if I'm on this board? Like, what the fuck, man? Well, we're not gonna slam anything because if next round is level up, then I'm just pushing Zeri.
I will restore
Pushing Zeri.
greatness.
Slamming Gunblade, slamming Last Whisper. It sucks I didn't find another Juggernaut here to wait the augment here. I would have loved to wait it toward Adrenaline or anything, but it is okay. Build Diff Gear is really interesting. Transfusion is actually really interesting. Is Transfusion Giga good with my comp? Either that or play JG or Lotus.
The world may fall to darkness,
Um,
but Noxus will remain.
no joke. Items are so bad. Who the fuck? Jolos may have better super top ends, because I'm slamming Beast Glove on Aatrox, right? But like, I don't think I'm getting to there easily without fucking dying. So it's oh, this is so bad.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Like oh, it might just be I play Last Whisper here. I'm trying to think if it's better to just slam the fucking TG or to have a Last Whisper. But the problem is having Last Whisper with an open. This item is. Oh, this guy has a Garen 2 already. It's fine. No way he goes for. Wow, he has a lot of units. Please. Okay, we killed 3 units. That's awesome. Alright, no problem. Okay, it's bad, but it's not unsalvageable bad. Definitely roll down here next round. Wow, he has just disgusting augments. He stole 3. I hope he's not holding on to more Garens. That would be really bad for me. You should make it so Chris can apply Last Whisper again? Oh, I don't know about that. The way I see it, Rage Blade is really not that bad. Because I can always put it onto any of the 5 costs, and it'd be okay.
Noxus will rise.
I've got you.
Lux secondary carry? I could. It's probably better actually that I do it this way. I think it's really hard to use the rods in a good way until really late into the game. This supply last switch would be too strong. I just don't think it's necessary. Did I just slam last whisper here? Would not be bad. Would be pretty good actually.
Noxus will rise. If I don't kill you, so.
Okay. Now I could use tears a lot better in this comp. Oh, this guy got a chem tank. Usually you keep Sedge, but I did not keep Sedge this game. I don't want to win this. I did not 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 want to win this. Yes. Okay, more transfusion value. 7 losses, great for Econ. I'm in a great. Okay, I say great spot, but like it's not like fantastically great, but it's okay. Oh my god. I definitely have enough gold where I can afford this. I think no. If I full pivoted Heimer board here, it would probably have been better, but it's fine. Oh, full Zeeks. Oh, hell yeah. And the Garen?
They'll be fine.
Show the strength of Demacia.
Divine Noxus and taste your own blood. Noxus will rise. Battle, yes. I am Storm's reckoning.
Oh, heal me? Oh my god. Okay. Okay, 5 Demacia here and just roll. I think I have to do this actually.
Shurima is not of this time.
Demacia must lead by example.
Shurima is not of this time.
Oh, there's no one on the left. Okay, that's a little bit of a problem value-wise. Generally speaking, this is not a great. It's not great to play 5 Demacia. I think it's very whatever, super whatever, but I'm going to have to play this game because I don't have better options. I'm hoping to just get blue buff here, and then this will be, I don't know, something.
Noxus will
forever.
Dawn's with me every fight. This time, no different.
It was so bad. I feel like, okay, this might be the only game where it's reasonable I don't hit Garen's. With one guy playing the boss. Very low grade, yeah, well. I'm just dead. I feel like I low rolled again. The Demacia quest, man. My items were fucking another. Oh my god, it's just unbelievable. Like, alright, look at. I rolled at 7, didn't hit 2-star Lux, didn't hit 2-star thing, hit 4 Garen's total. I 2-star my Nasus, but it's like, man, I guess I could just give him the Demacius. Unfortunate. Yeah, it's such an awkward time here. I can't really play another game because if we're starting at 8, I'll be late. So I guess I just have to. I'll get some water. You know, play like an Eternal Return game or something. I will be right back. Okay, sorry it took you a while. I realized I was getting a little bit pissed. And I was like, why am I getting pissed? I guess because I've eaten like nothing today. Hold up 1 second. Are you guys gonna make all the characters today? Oh, I think people wanted to make it together, so I don't think I should start yet. But let me actually start just to make sure everything's integrated real quick. Would you fight one toast-sized Avant? Wait, what? I need to upgrade my NVIDIA graphics driver. Oh. Hold on. No, that's not the right thing. This is not the right thing I want. I actually should upgrade these, right? Because it's kind of an important thing. Ah, crap. Okay, well, I'll see you guys in a little bit because I need to restart my stream probably for this, right? I'd rather do it now and lose some viewers and do it later. It's probably important for optimization, so I'll see you guys in a little bit. Yeah, I hope nothing breaks. Should be good. Yeah, give me a couple minutes. I will be right back. What if it sounds like my computer crashes? Who knows, man? I could.